Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Test.
I would like to call this meeting to order at 5:39. May I please get a roll call?
Yes. Board Member Dina Flores,
Present.
Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Here.
Board Member Aaron Cimental,
Present.
Board Member Patrice Tenzioni,
Present.
Board Member Armando Barajas,
Present.
Superintendent Dr. Alejandro Alvarez,
Here.
Dr. Medina Canar.
Here.
Marisela Barba,
Present.
Tamika Lino Vasco.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. May I get a motion to approve the agenda of the regular board meeting for August 22nd?
Madam President, I have a motion to amend. I move that the proposed agenda be amended in consent calendar item 1-2, the conference attendance, to remove myself. Number 7, Aaron Simenthal for the CLSBA Uni Conference. I won't be available.
Okay. Any other changes? Yep, okay. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda with the said amendment?
So moved.
Second.
Approved by Board Member Simenthal, seconded by Board Member Stenzioni. All in favor? I'm sorry, roll call?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Okay, we are approved. Open session. Board Member Barajas, can you lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance,
Of
please?
course, please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
Thank you. Okay. Moving right along, student board representative report, Ms. Samantha Bustamante.
School announcements. Edgewood Academy school announcements. It was a great start to the 2023-24 school year at Edgewood Academy. Our brave knights returned, eager to learn. Parents took advantage of the first day of school photo op to capture the special moment. Teachers have begun to build rapport with students and establish routines and expectations. We are excited to share our goals for improving attendance, academics, and parent involvement. This week, there is a perfect attendance challenge where those students who are present and on time will receive a popsicle at the end of the week. Also, this week, we will have our back-to-school night for grades TK through 5th, along with coffee with the principal and English Learner Advisory Committee meetings. Last but certainly not least, our students are preparing for their iReady diagnostic. This will help determine the learning targets for our students for the school year. There are many things to be excited about for the 2023-24 school year at Edgewood. It is a great day to be a brave knight. Don Julian school announcements. Don Julian kicked off the school year with an amazing first day, followed by a great turnout for back to school night on August 14th. We welcomed 4 new teachers and a new school librarian this year. Don Julian is excited to announce the return of our middle school sports program in collaboration with Think Together. Our staff, students, and families love our new electronic marquee. We have our first coffee with the principal on Thursday, August 24th. We're looking forward to a great year. It is a great day to be a Lion. Van Wyck school announcements. We welcomed all of our Van Wyck scholars back with a red carpet return and celebration music on the first day of school. The students were excited to return and meet their new teachers. The teachers and staff have been hard at work developing and reviewing our school procedures and classroom social contracts. Teachers and students are working on reading, writing, and math skills, and some classes have been excitedly sharing about themselves with their identity bags or personal items. We had our first school-wide welcome back rally on Friday, and scholars were happy to be there. It has been a terrific start to the new school year at Van Wyck. Sunkist announcements. We've had a great start to the beginning of our Sunkist Tiger school year. This year, we are continuing to focus on revisiting our school mission and vision to provide the best learning experience for our Tigers. We are committed to being a NEU school who truly prepares students for their next level of learning at the middle and high school levels, and lastly, college. We're looking forward to having a great 2023-24 school year. Torch Middle School announcements. Our Trojans are off to a great start. We are continuing to learn about Torch's school expectations: be safe, be respectful, and be responsible. We celebrated having over 85% of our students with weekly perfect attendance this past Friday. This week on Thursday, August 24th, we are having our back to school night from 5 to 7 p.m. We are also having our first coffee with the principal on Friday, August 25th at 8:30 a.m. We are proud of all our Trojans. We look forward to an amazing year of learning. It's always a great day to be a Trojan. Bassett High School announcements. What a great week to be an Olympian. We had our first week of school. Our staff and teachers worked hard to ensure our Olympians had a great start to the 23-24 school year. We had a great turnout for our back to school night. Our parents toured the classrooms and were able to see what a day in the life of their student is like as they followed their students' class schedule. Our ASB was out during lunchtime engaging with our students and gathering input for the 23-24 school year. It was a great week for athletics and girls volleyball and our football teams taking the win. It is a great day to be an Olympian. Nueva Vista High School announcements. Nueva Vista has had a great first week. We are excited to welcome Ms. Corral as assistant principal and Ms. Flores and Ms. Lee as our new teachers. It is an exciting year to be an NV Explorer as the team works to build a robust program that offers students options for college and career. We were excited to meet parents during our back to school night, and we cannot wait to see what this year will bring. Go Explorers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bustamante. Okay, moving along, staff presentation recognition. We have the facilities AB 300 report. The AB 300 is a list, the AB 300 list is a Division of State Architect prepared list which identifies structures that the DSA has identified which further require structural evaluation due to changes in construction methods. The AB 300 list was created without personal inspections, but was based on archival materials in the DSA files. On November 15th, 2022, the Board of Education adopted Resolution 1823, authorizing a preparation of a seismic screening assessment of AB 300 schools. Since November 15th, 2022, structural engineers have been evaluating AB 300 related buildings, and this item is to review the purpose for the evaluation, the status of the evaluation, and to provide information to the Board of Education concerning the study, the work that may need to be performed, and fiscal impacts to the district. Mr. Tao?
Thank you. My name is Terry Cal. I'm one of the attorneys for the district. And I'm also a licensed architect. I've been doing this type of evaluation for schools for upwards of 30 years. The reason why I'm here, I've already given this presentation to the Bond Oversight Committee. So this is something where we're trying to make sure that everybody at the board level is aware of what it is that AB 300 is and how it affects you as a district. This is what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you to what it is that AB 300 was designed for and bring you back to reality, which is the world has changed somewhat. And the reason the world has changed is because the science has changed. That science change results in many people in the world don't have to do anything in the science field. But you as a school district have a different level of responsibility. And since you have this different level of responsibility, we're going to talk about what happens with regard to when there's science change, what the evaluation that's required might be, and how we're going to try to address this on a district-wide basis. So in March of 1933, there was a major earthquake in Long Beach. It was called the Long Beach earthquake. It resulted in significant damage throughout Long Beach, Compton, and throughout the LA basin. This earthquake, this is just an example. This is Franklin Junior High School over at Compton Unified. It was completely leveled by the earthquake. Another example is Poly High School, which continues to exist over at Long Beach Unified. Many of you have probably been there for sporting events, whatever. It used to have a dome. So that is the dome that's now sitting on the ground after the 1933 earthquake. There was only one fatality during that earthquake in schools, and that one fatality happened to be at Long Beach Poly because somebody decided that they were going to go to school early. And this earthquake happened very early in the morning. It was very unfortunate. The legislature actually, upon learning of the seriousness of this earthquake, they convened a special session the following month, and they passed something called the Field Act. The Field Act is a law governing schools with regard to safety, so that never again will schools be subject to a safety problem of this magnitude. So the idea is to make the schools safer than all the other buildings. So the conceptual idea is if you have two buildings, same vintage, let's say 1967, sitting next to each other. One's a school and one's a commercial business. The commercial business is more likely to collapse than the school because schools are built to a higher standard. But that doesn't account for the fact that the science changes. And there have been some major changes in science over the past couple of years because what we've learned with regard to earthquakes. So this is, I just thought I'd show you some more pictures. Long Beach before, Long Beach after the earthquake. And AB 300 was passed in 2000. The reason why you guys are dealing with it right now is because many school districts in the state of California did nothing after AB 300 was passed. It was originally supposed to be a private list. It was only to be shared with school districts. It was so school districts could do planning. Unfortunately, this list ended up getting published, and it became something where school districts ended up having to act. So AB 300 was an inventory of schools that are more vulnerable to earthquake forces based on scientific understanding. There was no survey, there was no viewing of schools, there was no review of any particular school at any school district. What happened is the Division of State Architect did a survey from historic plans. In the case of Bassett Unified, there were a number of steps that we've already taken. In November of 22, we passed a resolution upon learning that there were several buildings within the district that were on the AB 300 list. And that resolution authorized the hiring of structural engineers to start evaluating district-wide all AB 300 buildings. So what they first did was they needed to confirm that the structure actually existed, because it was a historic list. Some of your buildings are very old, and some of them have been taken out of circulation. Some of them have been upgraded. Some of them are not being used for school purposes. So there was a confirmation that was done, and then there is an evaluation that is taking place as we speak. That evaluation is being done by a structural engineer called KNA Structural Engineers. They're in the middle of doing evaluation with regard to these schools in a very specific order. So we'll talk a little bit about design immunity. This is the law that was passed with regard to board members. I'll address it very quickly, but it places a higher responsibility on school board members than any other public entity that exists. Unfortunately, the legislature decided that, or fortunately, that schools' children are the most important asset of the state of California. So what they then did was said, board members for school districts, if they do nothing with regard to earthquake safety, they have a personal board member liability. So that means if there is an injury or problem, then the board member has a personal liability for the issue if they didn't do anything about it. The Attorney General opinions are actually quite harsh with regard to when board members overlook their responsibility. The reason why this is serious for you guys is this. And I'm going to just talk about it really quickly. We're working forward on it, and it's important to recognize that we're working forward on it. But I'm going to go back and review a little bit of the past. In 2015, there was a bond passed here. And there was a bond manager that was working with regard to the operation of the district with regard to the use of the bond funds. One of the things that that bond manager had actually identified and had presented to the board in passing, literally, in 2016 was, in February of 2016, was this AB 300 list. They did nothing with regard to the AB 300 list. They didn't submit anything to structural engineers. They didn't do any evaluation. They didn't do any follow-up. There actually was a very significant amount of money that was made available by the state at that time for the purposes of identifying and addressing structural issues. Nothing was done about it. So cut to today. It was recently that during the investigation that the district discovered that there was an AB 300, that it even existed. And upon discovering that it existed, that's when the board passed the resolution and said we need to do this evaluation right away. So this has been a public resolution. It was done in public, but this meeting is more to address what are we actually looking at? What is the scope? Where are we going with this, and how are we going to pay for all this? Okay, so I am going to click to this. I need you to recognize the scope. And it's not so much the recognizing of the scope that buildings are going to fall down or that kids are going to get injured right away. It's the science has changed. Okay, so the best example that I usually use is if you were, say, in the 60s and you bought a car that was known to be unsafe called the Corvair. You bought it new, you thought it was a great car, you drove it with the top down, you thought it was fantastic, you had your entire family in it, and then a report comes out and says this car is unsafe at any speed. that it has all the wrong weights and that the car will flip around and it'll flip over and will kill you. You don't just stop using the car. You try to identify what the problem is. You try to identify it can be fixed. You try to identify what car you're going to move to next. And I think that that's really what it is that the district should be doing here. Just to give you scope, Bassett High School has 16 buildings on the AB 300 list. Bassett Adult School has 8 buildings on the AB 300 list. Don Julian has 4 buildings. Edgewood Academy has 10 buildings. Sunkist Elementary has 4 buildings. Torch Middle School has 9. Van Wig has 9. What we've done with regard to this evaluation is everybody ends up going through Bassett High School. And Bassett High School, we have done the first level of analysis on, followed by Edgewood Academy, Torch Middle School, Van Wig. And the reason why we're proceeding down that route is you can only work so fast in order to get your applications into the state of California. So your application for Bassett High School has been submitted for what's called a phase 1 evaluation. That phase 1 evaluation, the state of California will tell us based on the structural engineer's evaluation, number 1, if the building can be repaired, if it can be repaired for less than 50% of the value, or if it needs to be replaced. Just looking at it from the perspective of how much bonding the district has done, my understanding is you have another bond that you're probably looking at somewhere around $50 million total that you have available for spending. That is nowhere close to being enough to handle a problem of this magnitude. And fortunately, there is a state methodology to handling this, especially when a district has sought bonds and also bonded to its maximum capacity. There's a formula. So if you've bonded to your maximum capacity, the state of California will not only provide you certain funds for what's called SSMP, State Seismic Mitigation Program, but they will also provide you something called hardship funds. And hardship funds means we've spent all money that's available from the bond, from all available funds that are not otherwise committed, and the state will come and backfill whatever it is that you cannot thereby come up to speed on. Just to kind of give you an idea, and I'm just going to throw this out as concept because we're still in the middle of evaluation. If it's determined, say, that Bassett High School has to be replaced, a new high school nowadays is about $100 million. That's way more than the $50 million that you have in bonding capacity. So the fact that you may have to replace Bassett High School, let's just say, if that was the case, then what will happen is you would do your applications. You would show the state that you do not have enough money to replace Bassett High School. Your $30 million would get expended into Bassett High School, and then the state would come in and backfill whatever it is else that you need. Then you can go down the rest of the line. Then you have the Edgewood, you have Torch Middle. Pretty soon, it'll be clear you don't have the money to spend. And once it becomes clear that you don't have enough money to spend, then what will happen is the state will backfill the rest. So this is just some examples. This is Bassett High. This is the one that we're furthest along on. We have completed the Tier 1 evaluation. We are waiting for DSA concurrence, and we will come back and report to you what we found. DSA has not yet given its concurrence as to what they believe should happen with Bassett High School. We're preparing for the worst for funding purposes anyway. We've hired an outside funding consultant to do this evaluation so that you're best prepared for whatever it is that needs to happen. I will be real straight with you. The reality is you're going to have a lot of schools that are going to go through some form of construction. There's basically 3 types of things that will occur. There are some schools, actually, do I have a picture of one? I do not. There are some schools, like take this building, for example. If this was one of the schools that was AB 300, this is a much easier school to fix because it's a heavy walls with light roof. The way you reinforce it actually does not cost a lot of money. It's just the science has changed. The harder buildings to fix are the ones that are all concrete. The walls are concrete, the roof is concrete, it's multi-stories. That's why we focused first on Bassett High. Just the act of trying to reinforce that building may end up costing more than actually replacing the building. Okay, let's take a step back and talk about the science. This is going to be way more than you've ever wanted to know, but I'm going to give you a little bit about science just so that you have it at least under your belt. Pre-1972 was before the Sylmar earthquake. Sylmar earthquake was in 1972. That 1972 earthquake, the state of California learned a lot. There was a particular hospital that was out in the valley that actually collapsed before it was ever occupied. That building actually was studied extensively, and it was determined that there was not enough evaluation of what's called side-to-side motion. It's called lateral forces. That evaluation resulted in a major code upgrade in 1978. Some of the forces that are evaluated are up to 19 times more in 1978 than what it is that occurred in the 60s. So you can already tell that some of the code requirements have changed a lot. Next thing that happened, there was the Northridge earthquake. That was a different type of earthquake. There was a lot of up and down motion. And since there was a lot more up and down motion, there was a change to the code to address this up and down motion. And that was incorporated into the 2000 building code. So your two major code changes is the 1978 and the 2000. The kind of the hallmark is the 1978 code change. AB 300 primarily relies on the 1978 earthquake changes. So that kind of gives you a little bit of just background so you know vintage of buildings and the like. Just remember, if there is a major earthquake, when you're looking, for example, at this picture, many of the buildings that were built around this time are the same vintage as the school. So just for comparison's sake, I took this picture from Google Earth to show the school in relation to the warehouses that are about that same vintage. The warehouses will have been built to a lower standard of care than the school. So the warehouses will probably come down long before the school does, just to kind of give you some perspective. So it's not just a, hey, the school has a problem. It's everything from that vintage has a problem, with the school being less so, but the district board has a responsibility for it. So let's see. Uh-oh. This thing is not working. There we are. Okay, we talked a little bit about state seismic mitigation funding, financial hardship. I'm working right now with your bond oversight committee so that they know that we're going to spend money a little differently. It's going to look a little bit like we're spending all of your money because we're going to be spending all of your money to try to fix these buildings. So it's going to be a little different than the ordinary planning because we're going to be trying to backfill with state funding. There's another wrinkle to this. The other wrinkle is the state only provides funding for eligible students. So if schools are based on the attendance, the state does their formulas. So if some of the schools are less than 100% full, let's say 50%, 60%, the state adjusts their formula based on the attendance. So we're going to be doing some very, very rough evaluation in order to try to determine which schools and how the funding formula will work best for you. So there's going to be a lot of kind of thinking about what will get you the most funding in order to get you to the place where you need to be. There is a good chance that a lot of these schools will have to go through some form of update, some sort of renovation. So just figure that for the next 9-10 years, you're going to be doing structural upgrades throughout the district. With that, are there any questions? And I know that there's a lot, and I can come back for other meetings too. I see that you have a lot of people kind of waiting too.
Is the bond money that will be used on fixing the buildings, is it allowed to be used for that?
Absolutely. The bond money is actually planned for this, and that's a really good question. So part of the reason I had a couple of conversations with your bond counsel. And one of the things that you do need to do is if you do planning, you actually need to follow through with the construction. So that's why we identified Bassett High School first as a project that you're likely to do, so that that project you'll follow through on and actually do the construction. It's very important for your bondholders to actually not just do planning, but to actually do the construction. So that's why we identified certain schools to go first, so that you can satisfy your bondholders. Your bond does say safety, facilities, so it's all covered within the bond. It's just a little bit different than what it is that you perhaps anticipated when you went out for the bond. So that's why I went to the Bond Oversight Committee first, because I wanted them to understand we're going to spend money differently.
Thank you.
I'd like to say
Stanzio.
thank you. You know, I'm kind of involved with the neighboring district, and I know their buildings were built at the same time as ours if they don't predate us. And I've heard none of this, so I thank you for the information. You know, and you made a comment, some of the buildings are very old. I take kind of umbrage to that one, because I was here before they were. But thank you so much for sharing this. I think it's important that we make everything very understandable, because at first it seemed frightening, but now it all makes sense. And I hope that our public, in being here and listening, if they are online, that they do understand it and are not frightened by it, because as the science changes, we stay ahead of it. And you even said they put our children first.
Mhm.
So, thank you.
I have,
Yeah, children's first.
excuse me. Thank you. Mr. Chow, do you have a sort of a timeline that we're looking at for this? I mean, I know you mentioned that some assessment is going to be done right now. Do you have a timeline?
We are trying to work through as quickly as we possibly can. DSA has not been the easiest to work with. We were expecting to actually have your consent by now. In fact, I was hoping to be able to come today and say, and we have our consent on the phase 1 approval, and we're beginning to work through on phase 2. We aren't there yet. Some of it is just technical stuff with regard to DSA, both that they have an inordinate amount of projects going through. I am going to guess that just planning, just to kind of give you an idea, typically to plan and build a new high school is about a 5 to 7 year process. We're trying to accelerate that down to about a 2-year process, and you're already about a year in. So you probably have about a year of design in, and then you would be able to do some of your construction. So we're kind of working as fast as you can, but understand just the DSA process is a year-long process, just an evaluation to, you know, the moment that an architect says, here's a set of drawings, they won't get it back for 6 months. So it does take a while for this evaluation to occur.
And is the plan to knock down the whole Bassett or go building by building? How is that gonna, what is the plan on that?
It depends. We're not going to be able to just knock down and start over. And the reason why is you have an operating school district. And with an operating school district, the state does recognize that there's interim housing and there's budget that will be set aside for that. it's unlikely that it'll be okay, everybody is not going there. We're gonna knock the school down. We're gonna start over. It's more going to be a phased construction is what I imagine, so that you actually have kids that continue to go through school. We will be identifying buildings that are the highest risks down to the lowest risk. And the ones that are highest risk, we're going to try to take on first, and for obvious reasons. You don't want to be in the middle of an evaluation, then have a major earthquake come, and then you're really going to figure out what buildings are a problem. Just remember, though, you've been through a lot of earthquakes. You went through Northbridge, you went through the Whittier earthquake, and the buildings are still here. So sometimes prognosticators, the guys who are scientists, they're not necessarily completely knowledgeable about what's right or wrong. You just went through a hurricane and it probably didn't look quite as bad as what you thought, right?
A small earthquake.
So, and a small earthquake. So just remember, sometimes the scientists are a little bit more worried than they should be, but on the part of safety, and I agree, it's staff, teachers, students, we're worried about all of it, so that it's possible to have them work in the safest possible environment possible. So that's the goal.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Moving right along, technology and innovation services.
Mr. Lee has a presentation he's going to go over on technology department and some of the things they've accomplished over the past year.
You can go ahead. No.
Okay, good evening, Board President Flores, Board members, Superintendent, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Edwin Lee, I'm the Chief Technology Officer, and tonight I'm going to present to you some of the accomplishments that we've completed here at Basse Unified. So over the summer or the course of the year, we've deployed many devices. We've upgraded our phone system. We've migrated over to a new help desk and inventory system as well, and upgraded the network infrastructure. Some of these device deployments occurred during the summer. We deployed over 1,000 devices, and these devices were used to replace devices that were between 3 and 5 years old. Many of these devices were Windows devices. We migrated over to Chrome devices now going forward, simply because of ease of use and many other components of it makes it easier for students to access the technology. During that process, we've also partnered up with ClassLink. ClassLink is a web portal program where all the apps are readily available. With the simple click of a button, the student's able to log into the device and access through the programs. And during the course of this migration, we've also enhanced some of our turnaround times in terms of getting devices out to students because of all the automation that we built into this process. We've also upgraded our phone system. Our phone system was hitting the age of over almost 10 years old now. And many of the phones were not even available for sale anymore. So we, instead of upgrading and reusing some of our old systems, we simply migrated over to Zoom phones. With Zoom phones, we gained a lot of functionality. And during this time, we started our process early on, and we started upgrading all of our schools back in January. We're down to the last school torch now. Because of the fax lines, we're trying to do this in a way where we won't disrupt any other services. Some of the enhanced features for rolling out with Zoom is the ability for enhanced 911, which is a new standard that we need to follow. The enhanced 911 features include the ability for the teachers in the classroom to call out. The classroom number will be actually dispatched to the 911 operator, so they know exactly which classroom is calling 911. The other thing is with the Zoom phones, we're able to teachers will no longer need to move phones from one classroom to another. Everything will be based on location. So when they need to check their voicemails and those types of things, they can just simply do it from their computers. The coolest feature I think by far about the the Zoom phones is that when somebody calls 911, front office staff and the safety team actually gets a notification who called 911 and which classroom they're calling from. So we're still rolling that out. We also migrated over to a new help desk and inventory system. This is really important for us because during the course of the last few years, there's been a lot of help desk tickets. We purchased many devices throughout the pandemic, and everything was just kind of like all over the place. And we've kind of cleaned up and brought together a program that actually puts everything all together. So when a student submits for a ticket or when a student needs to get a device, we all have it in one single pane of glass, where before we had to go through different systems and try to find things, or when a new student came into school, they wouldn't get a device right away. So now we have a lot of automation built in. So when a student enrolls into a school, we get a notification, the front office staff knows what device to assign to the students. The last thing I wanted to mention was the infrastructure upgrade. So during the summer, we were upgrading our Wi-Fi systems. During this process, in the past, we had one SSID, which is like one Wi-Fi ID. And with that, some folks may not have had the passwords. And so we're kind of streamlining things down, tightening down security, and providing much more reliable access. So we have 4 SSIDs now that we're deploying out. So we have staff, so people will be able to log in using their credentials. They will not have to call IT to get, hey, can we get connected to Wi-Fi? Now you can just use your email credentials to do so. The student devices, that will automatically be pushed out from our system. So we will send a command out to the devices. The devices will, okay, I need to connect to the new network. Then we also have devices, which is for our other things like HVAC and other systems. And then we also have guests. The guest one is pretty cool, actually. So when say a person comes in for PD or trying to connect to the internet, they simply put their email address in and their sponsor. So the person that had invited the person to come out on campus to connect to the Wi-Fi, and they'll get an email notification. Hey, do you know this person? And it's just a matter of clicking yes or no. If they click yes, then they have access to the Wi-Fi. So we don't need to call IT for connecting to Wi-Fi anymore. So with all these amazing goals and projects, we're enhancing all of our functionality and be able to have the teachers focus on and the students focus on learning as opposed to worrying about the technology working or not. This coming year, we have several more projects. We're still picking up steam. We're planning to do a teacher device refresh. We're going to be updating our copiers, in campus fiber optics upgrades as well. Some other additional safety and security stuff that includes cameras and communications. We're also trying to increase our posture for cybersecurity. So multi-factor authentication is going to be on the way as well. And with that, are there any questions?
What steps did you take for the students to just stay on the schoolwork and not get into Minecraft or Roblox or any of the other games or chat with their friends?
So in the past, it was much harder to lock down the computers for the students to install the device, to play, do inappropriate things on the devices. But now with the Chromebook devices, most of the stuff is web-based, meaning that they won't have the ability to install programs on their computer. Whatever they go on the internet, we have logs. So we have things in place that blocks, them prevents them from searching for violence and those types of things. So, and if there's those alerts are actually, that's another thing that we're working on is we're gonna be sending these reports to the administrators for students that are looking up inappropriate things.
And will the students be able to chat with each other? Like, let's say they're working on a school project as a group, will they be able to chat with each other?
Yeah, so Microsoft Teams is still available. All their online platforms that they're currently working on is available. The only thing that's blocked is probably like Discord or those types of social media types thing.
Okay.
So like the district standard Microsoft Teams is what teachers and students use to communicate with each other. So that's still going to be available.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So I do have one.
Sure.
So with regards to the copiers, you mentioned about the copiers, so are we gonna be able to have like a contract? Or still, we're gonna have multiple
Yes.
contracts?
So currently, as you may be aware, we have 14 different contracts throughout all of our sites. Working on consolidating all of those together, and we're going to be doing one contract. We're also going to be bringing additional enhancements where teachers and staff will be able to utilize key cards to just have instead of entering code, and then we can probably put quotas and those types of things, so we know what's being printed and that kind of stuff. So it'll be a much more predictable cost expenditure as opposed to overages and those types of things. So I'm working with business services on this as well.
Okay, cool. Thank
The
you so much.
hotspots, will there still be hotspots available? Do we still need those, the hotspot? For the students that don't have internet?
Oh,
at home?
so.
Is that what they're called?
Hotspots, I'm actually going to be working with the student services on that. The ECF funding, the federal program that was available during the COVID time, the funds have dried up already. So I'm going to be working with student services to see if there are any other alternatives to provide it for students.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving along, public comments related to closed session. This is an appropriate point in the agenda for those present to speak with regards to only closed session items on the agenda. Only topics specific to the actual closed session items will be heard at this time. Topics which do not address closed session will not be heard during this time, but will be heard during open session. The board has allotted a total of 20 minutes for public input on closed session agenda items. If there are several speakers on a specific topic at the president's request, the board may reduce the amount of time individuals may speak. Requesting the comments be limited to points not already addressed. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their speaking time to other persons. Speakers are now requested to maintain order, decorum, and not to disrupt the meeting or use profanity when addressing the board. Pursuant to Senate Bill 1100, the board may remove disruptive individuals from the board meeting so long as the individual is first warned by the presiding board member that their behavior is disruptive to the meeting, and failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. Okay. So first I have Laura Aronson.
Members of the board, I'd like to talk to you. This district is in need of your strong guidance now. Your teachers and your district office leaders are operating in an us versus them culture. This culture is not new and it continues to get worse. Us versus them, not a mentality for educational success. Your teachers are dead last in pay. You had a substitute teach AP Physics last year. Your district teacher of the year left Bassett High School to go 5 minutes down the road for a salary schedule that pays over $30,000 more a year than Bassett. No one wants to work here anymore. Your teachers are your most powerful tool for educational success. It's the teacher that creates learning, creates meaning, creates the environment for progress and growth. Teachers are your greatest asset, and we want to be your greatest asset. We want to be part of a vision, part of a team that can affect our students in a positive and profound way. But we are not a team right now. Year after year, this district has devalued, ignored, and disrespected its teachers. This us versus them culture has to end if we want BUSD to serve this community well, to serve it excellently. Settle with your teachers, pay them fairly. We need the board's help to facilitate this reconciliation between the district and its teachers. I respectfully ask how many of you on the board are willing to stand up to the district and ask hard questions about the budget, hard questions about teacher salaries being last. Ask hard questions about why we're hiring consultants at $325 an hour instead of spending on teachers and students. How many of you will have hard conversations about the culture of our Bassett team? We're not a team right now. How many of you will be open to having open discussions with teachers to find out what's really going on? And how many of you from the district will be willing to do the same? How many of you will stand up and be the leaders and motivators that our team needs you to be so that we can be the best for our students? It starts by valuing your teachers, respecting them, building up their spirit rather than tearing it down. It starts with fair and comparable pay. Please settle our contract now. Thank you.
Next, we have Carla Mahaffey.
Good evening. I have a true or false for you. The district has the money to provide teachers fair pay. Don Julian teachers are out of paper by the third day of school. Charge teachers are told that there are no pencils available for students during the first week of school. The district approved approximately $65,000 to send about 36 people $1,800 per person, including admin, management, and all board members to Santa Barbara retreat this past summer. Teachers consistently purchase items for their classrooms. True. The district is choosing to not spend money on their teachers. True. Bassett teachers deserve fair pay. True. Teachers stand united. True. You will not divide us. True. Teachers don't want to strike. True. Teachers will strike if we don't settle a fair contract. True. Hopefully you know all the above answers are true. You need to do the right thing and settle our contract now. A management person came to me and asked me, what will it take? My answer is the district knows exactly what it will take. A fair contract. Settle now. Please help stop a teacher strike. What do you want your legacy to be in Bassett? Thank you.
Lori, please forgive me, Scruggs, is it? Lori?
It's so nice to see that people actually work in this district because I called today and I got one phone call back today. One phone call from you guys to ask you guys why our teachers are not getting paid. Why you guys are holding the money. They work hard. What do you guys plan on doing with all these students in our school if these teachers strike? There's not enough substitutes. And you know what? Substitutes wouldn't even cross the picket line. You told me, Mr. Alejandro Alvarez, that you guys offered them a 2%. Really? 2%? The districts, I looked it up today. I looked it up. They make way less than all of the schools around here. They work hard for their money. I saw it on during the pandemic. I had 3 kids I had to teach. And I saw what these teachers went through. And you guys have no respect for them. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Ashamed of yourself sitting here with 6 digits salaries when these teachers are struggling. They've had to ask parents to donate to the school. There's not even, we're having to worry about toilet paper for the school. What are the kids gonna wipe their butts with? I mean, come on, really? Then they have no school supplies. Nothing, no paper, no nothing. My understanding that it's between $900,000 and $5,000 that the school has to order supplies, really, for the whole year? Then there's computers that don't even work. Computers that the kids are having, how can they do their instructions at home when they don't work? Teachers' computers don't work. Oh, but I'm sure you guys all sit here with nice little computers on your desks, huh? You guys are able to do the work that you guys supposedly are supposed to do. Yet I was calling after 8 o'clock, giving you guys the grace period that you guys would be in at 8 o'clock and answering your phones. Nobody was answering their phones. Nobody. And then you don't even have the decent courtesy to return my call. That's pretty pathetic. So my question is, what do you plan on doing for these teachers? What do you plan on doing if they strike? What are you going to do for our kids? What are you going to do? You guys have any answers for that? No, you don't. And you guys don't care. You all need to be replaced. All of you. This is like coming to the Senate and the Congress. Nothing gets done. If it lines your pocket, fine. If it's spending taxpayers' money, fine. But when it comes to our students and our teachers and our schools, you guys just turn the other eye, your face away, and you don't even bother to see what our school needs.
Thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Next, we have Ms. Juana Flores.
Good evening. I'm a parent of, I've been in the district for a few years. My daughter, my oldest, is in college right now, and nothing but amazing parents with them. And it's just sad that you guys can settle a fair payment for them. They're really amazing. They help their students to learn every single day. There's so much support for them. And it's very, very sad that all of you guys are here just like doing nothing. They've been fighting for months with you guys, and it's just sad that they're just gonna leave them without a fair pay. I don't have as much information as the lady that she was here before me, but it's I'm just here to support the teachers because they're being with us all the time. And I see this year, my little one, she was in another district. I brought her back and she learned. This year, it's amazing with all the teachers that I had before with my oldest daughters. And it's just very unfair that you guys are not doing anything for them. It's very sad to just drive on the streets and they're fighting for a better pay when you guys are all here just looking good. You should be on their shoes too. What would you do if you got both of the same situation?
Yes. Okay, Michelle Gore?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. 40 and many years ago, I joined the Bassett family. Thank you for the privilege of being able to speak into so many students' lives. I love being a teacher. I love working in this community. And I love seeing students learn. For this district to continue, we need students. We need teachers. We need happy teachers. Teachers are asking for a fair wage. This school board has millions of dollars in reserve. Yes, you should be prudent, have your 10%, but there are millions of dollars more that are available. Students deserve teachers that are paid fairly, who want to be here. Let me ask you, if you had a chance to work at Company A and Company B down the street that paid you 30% more, where would you want to work? People pick companies that pay better. We're not asking to be paid at the top of the salary scale yet, as we've been learning, right? But, in the middle, be fair about this. We're at the bottom, the very bottom. Well, maybe two that possibly could be lower than us, but please raise our pay. Please ask your negotiating team, your mediation team to settle our contract. This is the second year that we have started without a contract. We need fair pay. We have families just like you. We want to provide for them. Please allow us to do that. It's a reasonable request. Read the signs of the teachers around here. They deserve better from the people who we elected to vote to take care of us, which is you. Please do the right thing. Let them know we need a fair wage. Thank you.
Escobar?
Turn it.
Good evening. My name is Rose Escobar. Some of you have seen me because I play a lot of roles in this community. I play a lot of roles because it's all about my daughter. I really want to stress how important it is for me for her to have a good education. I'm pretty sure some of you have kids, probably not in this district. And I'm pretty sure that you also want that for your kids. When we look back and we talk about justice and about what our kids need and deserve, it really boggles my mind how we spent more than an hour or close to an hour talking about infrastructure, talking about our internet and the stuff that the kids are going to use, but we are not having those conversations with our teachers that are actually there doing the work, or even talking to our kids to see, what do you really need? Why are you low in your grades? What do you need us, the school, to do for you? What do you need us, the district, to be accountable to you for? Because in reality, you are accountable to the taxpayers, but you're accountable to these kids. Day in and day out, when you come to work, you got to think of these faces, because these are the kids that are either going to come ahead or they're not going to come ahead. And there's going to be more struggle as time goes on. So as we're talking about, even I've been here before. I might sound like a dead horse, but I'm going to keep on coming, because the reality is I don't see change. I know there's money there, and I know that the teachers need it, because that's why they're here. The teachers are giving you a statement. They're not just walking away 30 miles away. They're actually coming here and asking of you to do the right thing and negotiate with them a fair wage. I just went to the store thinking, and I'm just going to give you a little story here. I just went to the store thinking that I could go and make my family a tuna sandwich, and thinking that that's affordable. That's not affordable anymore. And the reason I bring this up is because a lot of times I find myself having to support my teachers with stuff that the district should be giving them, like pencils, like Kleenex, like stuff like that, that it shouldn't be coming out of my pocket because I'm a taxpayer. I don't have that money anymore. I am also struggling. And as a taxpayer that's struggling, I'm also asking you to please negotiate with these teachers and give them what they deserve so they could go back to doing the right work that they're doing. And one last thing, my daughter just wanted to give you guys a comment before I finish.
Provide us students justice and give my school more than $9,000 for our supplies is not enough.
Thank you.
No, Maria Flores.
Well, I'm gonna say just few words because I'm not very good at English, but I'm here to support my teachers because they're been supporting my daughter since I take her to the school, and they are teaching very well, and we are supporting them to help the students. So I'm here to support them. So I hope you help the teachers too, because we are a family and we want our children to learn. So maybe one day can be in your place doing your job, and we want them to be a good person, to help each other, not just for few people. I hope you understand why we are here, and I hope you help them too.
Okay, we will move into public comments related to open session items. The Board of Education welcomes input from the public in order to conduct business in an orderly manner for the privacy and safety of the speakers and to help staff respond more directly. The board policies require that public presentations to the board comply with certain procedures, including speakers may only address items that are within the subject jurisdiction of the board. When addressing the board, speakers are requested to state their name, address the board from the podium, and adhere to the applicable time limit of 3 minutes. The total time allotted for public input on either agenda or non-agenda items is 20 minutes. If there are several speakers on a specific topic, at the president's request, the board may reduce the amount of time individuals may speak, requesting that comments be limited to the points not already addressed. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their time to other persons. Speakers are requested to maintain order, decorum, and not disrupt the meeting or use profanity when addressing the board. Complaints should follow the district's complaint procedure before discussion with the board. Once again, pursuant to Senate Bill 1100, the board president may remove disruptive individuals from a board meeting so long as the individual is first warned that their behavior is disrupting the meeting. Failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. Okay, moving right along. First, we have Paula Rubalcaba.
I think I put my name on the wrong sign-in sheet, but it's not relevant. Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. I am a Don Julian parent and a Bassett resident and a voter and a taxpayer. I'm here to talk about equity. Pre-COVID at Don Julian, we had sports for fourth and fifth grade, I believe. Now sports have been reintroduced to DJ, but only for Think Together students. This is not equitable. It should be open to, I guess, middle school students or more grades, as they are all deserving. The message the board is sending to students at this very young age is a message of inequity and preference. Other middle schools have extracurricular activities and or programs that are not existing at Don Julian. And please don't be dismissive and tell parents that for middle school students, that the lack of resources is a parent's problem or choice. And that the solution is to move their kids to a different school or district. Because the problem here is not that the parents are choosing to keep their kids at Don Julian. It is that the district failed to plan ahead and establish a middle school at Don Julian, and that the district continues to fail Don Julian middle school students by not providing programs and classes. This whole thing together in sports and only thing together middle school students, it's inequitable. And lastly, teachers do their work with their heads held high. They have worked for years with what the district provides, and it is time for the board to do right. I am a product of LAUSD. I can compare teachers from that district to Bassett, and I would hate to lose quality teachers we have simply because the board has failed them. This district will say to parents that there isn't any money. Find a way. That's your job. You choose to be on this board. No one told you to be on this board. You choose to be a superintendent here. You come in here with the issues and you find a solution. So you have to negotiate. You have to find a problem. I ask that you do some self-reflection. Are your kids going to a school that provides resources and programs to your students? Are your kids attending schools with quality teachers? Did you attend a school that provides your resources for your kids to succeed? I know I did. And I need to provide to my kids more resources than I had. And so we need to provide more or the just resources that our students need. And so the message to our kids and to our teachers is that they're not deserving of a just wage or deserving programs. The time for equity is now. The time for you to hold your heads up high and be proud of your positions and the choices that you make, it's now. Otherwise, why are you on the board? Why are you in the district? I cannot, in good faith, share with my family and friends that I am proud of this district or the board. I'm proud of the teachers. Ms. Rodriguez, who recently retired, she saved my son. He was at LAUSD, he's now at Bassett, and it's thanks to the teachers, Ms. Felix, Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Holly, you name it. It's because of the quality teachers here at this district, and we're gonna lose them to a different district because you guys don't wanna act. Thank you.
We have Ms. Escobar again.
Thank you again for giving me the time, and wanted to just add that I want to piggyback off of Paula. I have seen a lot of the school actually grew with having middle kids there, but in reality, it still acts like an elementary. And I think that we as a district need to be able to provide to these kids. The reality is that if they don't have stuff to really be entertaining themselves with and learning, they're gonna go for other things. And we all know what those are. They're in every school once they get to a certain age, and Don Julian is not a school that is not gonna get it. There's bullying, there's drugs, there's things that go on that if we don't find things to give these kids to really think beyond, think about college versus doing bad things, that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna have a bigger problem to deal with once you see that these kids are now becoming 8th graders and going into Bassett, and this is just gonna be a big epidemic. If we thought COVID was bad, this is gonna be worse. These are going to be our kids that are going to be going into the nurse's office, and we're not even going to have enough people or enough caretakers to really take care of them. The reality is that those kind of things are very easy for them to get, and you guys as district, you guys need to be held accountable to make sure that you are doing things for the better good of these kids that are growing up. I have a 4th grader, and I fear right now that there's not going to be nothing for her as she gets older. So please, as you're thinking of what you're going to be doing and really analyzing what needs to be done, I truly ask you to take a moment and really think, what are we really going to be doing with these older kids that are in the schools with these younger kids? Please take care of my child, is what I'm asking you. Thank you.
like everybody here, I'm here to support our teachers because it's unfair, everything they're going through. And plus, you hear her reading the news, right? The Julian is not there. Why? Because we got nothing good to say. We only got complaints. There is no paper for the teachers to teach. They don't have nothing to, so why open the school if they're not ready? If nothing is being ready, why? Plus, my kids, I want better, fair education for them. And if I'm here, it's for my children too. Because it's being unfair. We're tired, sick and tired of being thrown under the bus, being underseen all the time. Especially Don Julian, like, oh, okay, I see other good things about other schools. Ooh, they have these things going on. I don't see it happening in our school. Only false promises, this, but no action. I don't see it happening in our school. I would love for my kids to have the same opportunities that other schools have. I don't think it's fair to be underseen. Please, thank you.
Maria Flores?
Maria Flores?
She's right here.
All right.
You were on both.
Okay.
Open
Yeah.
and close.
Well, one more time, I'm gonna speak, I'm gonna calm down because I get emotional. Okay, she's my daughter, and since she started school, I've been supporting Miss, one of my good teachers that the teacher helped my daughter a lot, Mrs. Rosas, Mrs. Espinosa, they're very good teachers. They enjoy helping the children to learn. So I think if they make a good effort to teach them, and my daughter is receiving a good certificates because the teachers help them very well. So I think they deserve a good pay because they deserve it. They work hard with them, and we work with the teachers too because we support them. So this time I came here to talk to you. Please pay them fair because I want my daughter to have a good education. That's it.
Juana Flores? She's on both.
Okay.
Okay.
She was on both.
Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. Moving right along, we'll go to superintendent comments.
Thank you, Board President. I just wanted to, a couple of things. First, I wanted to clarify, I did have a conversation, the lady who spoke here about calling the district office. I just wanted to clarify. I didn't say we were offering 2%. I would say we offered 2 years ago, 2% more than the neighboring districts around us. I just wanted to clarify that. So with that, also, I know there was a comment made about the money spent for administrators going to a training this summer. I will also say there was tens of thousands of dollars spent on teachers going on training this summer as well. One particular site, more than half the sites went to Las Vegas for a conference that cost over $15,000. So I just want to make a note of that so that it's not just money being spent on admin for PD. So I wanted to clarify, there just seems to be some misinformation about the district's budget, and I kind of want to clarify a couple of things. The general fund is made up of restricted and unrestricted dollars. The restricted dollars are really federal money and some state money. And those funds, example, money school districts got for COVID from the feds, cannot be used for ongoing raises. They're either one-time money or they're the ongoing part of those federal funds are really tied to providing services to additional services to students. And it's pretty clear they cannot be used for ongoing raises. So I wanted to make sure I clarify that. The unrestricted budget is really comprised of two different big piles of money. It's the base money that we give for kids coming to school. And there's a supplemental concentration that is really designated to provide additional service to our English language learners, our low-income students, and our foster homeless youth students. So with that, we really kind of left just with the base money to be able to provide ongoing salaries for all our students. I want to provide a little historical context. I've only been here just about 3 years. Prior to my tenure, I understand from the year 2013-14 school year to the year 2019-20, right about when the pandemic hit. Specifically, the teachers union got a total of about 8.3% over those 7 years, a 5% off schedule, which I'm not saying is a good thing. I'm just stating the facts. I'm not arguing that it's great or not. I will say when I got here in November of the 2021 school year, there was a fiscal advisor assigned to the district because of the LACO's concerns of the district's fiscal stability and be able to make its financial obligations over the next 3 years. So at that point in time, the district could not give any ongoing raises. The financial advisor or the fiscal advisor LACO had assigned to the district during that year would not allow any ongoing raises at that time. However, the district did give a 3%, I believe, off schedule bonus. The 21-22 school year, when we no longer had a fiscal advisor, the district did offer a 6% ongoing raise accepted by the teachers union. There was also a 2% bonus. And once again, as I mentioned, it was about close to 2% higher than the districts around us, neighboring districts. For the 22-23 school year, the district has offered increase. Again, that percentage exceeds what's being provided or offered around school districts around us. Due to mediations, can't really share that here at this time. However, if you look at combining the prior year when we were able to finally give a raise when we no longer have fiscal advisor here, and this year over the 2-year average of what we're proposing to offer this year, it still exceeds way more than what was given over a 7-year span. And so I just kind of wanted to make that point. I wanted to say that we are committed to continuously providing ongoing raises while still maintaining the district's fiscal solvency. And I just look forward to trying to come to resolution during negotiations with the teachers union. I do want to, first day of school was a success. We had a great turnout. We had back to school nights already last week. I visited all the school sites on the first day of school, as well as those that had back to school nights. It was great to see everyone who returned, our staff, our students, visiting all the classrooms, interacting with parents, students, and staff as well. I do want to give a special thanks to Dave and his maintenance workers who came in on Sunday, who worked hard going through all the school sites, all the classrooms, making sure that the classrooms were ready. So we thank them. Actually, I think we were in a lot better shape than we kind of had thought. We only had maybe 2 classrooms, 3 tops with a leak, and it wasn't a major leak. So that was great to see. They actually also spent some of the time clearing out some of these drains that get clogged. So there wasn't flooding. I think a DJ was one of the biggest areas that floods in the front and the back. So they did a great job. So I just want to give them a special shout out to them on all that. I do want to congratulate the Bassett High School volleyball and football team who had wins this past week. Doing a great job. And Mr. Gutierrez, the band instructor, great performances by them. So with that, I just want to wish everyone a great school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Board Member Barajas?
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. First and foremost, I do want to thank everyone who spoke, from our teachers to our community members. Do appreciate your comments. I know, sound like a broken record when I say this. And I can't say too much because I know we're in mediation, but we do listen. We do take all of this into account. Listening to some of the parents from DJ, it does sadden me. We'll work to help develop the school to be more middle school oriented as well. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. It's a process right now. I do look forward to seeing what mediation brings about. Again, can't talk too much about it, but I feel, and I don't want to speak for the entire board, but I do feel that what we're proposing right now, it's is respectable. Again, it'll be presented to the teacher union, and they're the ones who say yes or nay. So I'll leave it at that. Dr. Alvarez, thank you for sharing what you shared a minute ago about the way that funds are distributed and the way that they could be used, because we cannot use every single dollar that we get from the state for whatever it is that we want to. It's categorical funding that we have to use the way that the state tells us to use it. It is unfortunate, I guess, some could say that sometimes those pockets of funding do look a little bit large. So of course, it does make it seem like, whoa, that's a lot of money. We should use that for raises. Again, it's not even us. It's the state that's giving it to us. So if the state says we can't, at the end of the day, we can't.
Excuse me.
I mean, I'll say this respectfully. It's called Ed Code. It's not me taking with the state. But then again, I'll leave it at that. Again, I do look forward to seeing what comes from mediation, and we'll keep it at that. I hope everyone has a great school year, and thank you, everyone, again.
We're still dead last.
We're dead last.
Okay, excuse me. Please. Board Member Stanzioni?
In reference to something that our student board members stated, that we had some improved attendance and we had higher numbers, I want to commend our schools. And I want that to be continued. It's all about attendance. We have to get them here. And it's not just for that one day that we wait for and then we give them all popsicles. It's every day. I'm glad that we have ClassLink. I've been working with it for a few years, and I know it's real easy for my special needs children to click on. They log into their computer, all of their apps are there, and they can go to what they need, and it's not jumbling around looking for everything. It's just a one-stop shopping center. And then the apps are added from the district office, and the kids have access to them. So it makes it really easy. I was asked by a young man out in the community to thank somebody. I told him I would, so I will. I passed by him one day and he asked me if Miss James was coming back to Nueva Vista. And I said, no, that she had resigned for whatever reasons. And he said he wanted me to thank her. He wanted me to thank her for him and for a bunch of other kids that she supported them. And it made me cry because here he is thanking this person and she's not going to be there. And for all of our teachers and staff that have left us for whatever reason, for family needs or whatever, we will miss them. But that being said, to all of you teachers who remain here, you show your love for our kids and our community. Doing it because it's a job. You're doing it because it's who you are. I don't have kids in the district. I have a brother who teaches more kids a day than I do. I have 12 children. I had 5 yesterday, whole nother story. But I have 12 children in my class all day, all year. And I know you that teach at the high school have periods of kids twice a year with semesters. And I make way more than my big brother. And it's really sad. I hate this time of year. I wish there was some way that, I don't know, the state, the world, whatever, could give everybody what we all deserve. But unfortunately, there's this dance and that we have to, and we can't talk about it. But just know you have my complete respect and appreciation because you keep coming back. You don't quit for that school. Now, I will tell you, in 1988, I was teaching here in this district. And when I had a chance to go to another district that paid more, and I came to this district because it paid more than the neighbors. It doesn't anymore. But when I did leave this district, I went to a district that paid a little bit more and we were second to the bottom, which was pretty sad. But you show the kind of person you are and you model that to our children every day that you come to school. You show that love and I have undying thanks for that. And we will do what we can. And if we go to fact finding, if it's not decided and whatever numbers come out, it's not enough. And I think we all agree with that. It's not enough for everything you've always done. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Hello, community. Just welcome back to the 2023-24 school year. I had the opportunity to connect with all the different sites at the welcome back breakfasts 2 Fridays ago, and then back to school nights last week, and then this week hopefully go to some more. It's been great to connect with the teams, the teachers, the staff, the admin, the families, and the students there. It was kind of funny because I mean I went to Sunkist, and Sunkist is like a clone of Don Julian. So I'm just kind of like looking off into the distance of the playground, and a group of like 6 kids just approach me. They're like, "Hey," I mean, they see me in like a suit and tie. They're like, "Hey, D, like, what are you doing here? Do you work here?" And they're like, I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Like, I help the superintendent, your principal," trying to elaborate what the board does without explaining too much to a bunch of 4th graders. And they immediately start advocating for themselves. Like, we need a new playground. We need this and that. And I just thought it was just a great opportunity for them to speak up. It was the best experience of all the back to school nights, just to have that really direct student experience. Aside from that, it's been great to go to the classrooms. They've been beautifully decorated. I noticed the notes, often on teachers' dime is how they get beautifully decorated. But it's also been really great to see the enthusiasm from the parents and the students on what their academic and extracurricular plans are this year. Especially at the high school. I think obviously there's a bit more electives there than the other schools, but I definitely agree, and we need to make sure that there is an equity. And if we send a school to one middle school, they should have the equal access to any of the other middle schools. I mean, for those who didn't know, I went Bassett, and I got involved in all of this just because I didn't like my experience as a student. Yes, it's a volunteer position, and we aim to do better for our students. I think we're all here because we have that lens. How can we improve the district for the better? We all have different roles. This is my role as a board member, but I'm just one of 5 members, and we are just one of the entire community. Obviously, we have this position of power, and that gives us more scrutiny. Valid, but at the end of the day, we are still neighbors. We are all still community members. We all have a role, just different roles together. And I say that mostly directly, I mean, the teachers, the parents, the staff, you all know this, but mostly to the students who may not know this, to the students who are here, but whatever grades, and the students who might be listening, to just please stay involved. I mean, there could be people in the lobby, it's just so small here, so I couldn't be able to see them. But wherever you're at, stay involved in this district, as much as you want, as much as you're willing. I know when you graduate, you're probably trying to get as far away as fast as you possibly can. But especially when it's just not these days where things are exciting and spicy and there's a lot of protests and banners going on. Even on the days where it's mundane and something gets passed without people noticing, we really need you, the students, to stay involved on all aspects of it. There were 2 really interesting presentations. I know they could drag on, especially when we have a lot to say at the podium, but that facilities update, the technology update, that's something that we need the students to be front and center, not only in our minds as, I guess you say, leadership or as staff, but what is your opinion? What is your perspective on it? Because you will be the ones utilizing this infrastructure. You'll be the one utilizing this IT network. You'll be the ones having potentially brand new campuses. Like, that's such a monumental task at hand. So just always wanted to bring it back to the focus of students. But again, investing in students is not just simply giving them money. It's the schools, it's the staff, it's the teachers, it's the curriculum, it's the extracurriculars. It's so much more than that. So I think just if I could remind the students here that there's a lot that goes on here, and I really think it's important that you stay involved in what decisions we make here. So I guess that's that. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome back our student rep for the 2nd year. Happy to have you back again. And all the teachers, I want to thank you all for having your rooms, your classrooms, and everything ready for our students to go in. Principals, everybody did a great job with the balloons and the welcome back signs and the high fives. Torchwind with the red carpet. I don't know, Van Wyck and Torch had red carpets. I didn't see some of the, DJ had red carpet too. Yeah, because I drove by as the kids were going in, and the high fives and everybody clapping. Torch had alloy on one side with the hard hats, the workers, and the teachers on the other side clapping as the students walked in. Some were embarrassed, some were like, celebrities walking into the school. And that's great. And that is great because it makes them feel good the first year of school, especially that they're going into a new grade and they're all very nervous. So seeing that, it makes them feel good. So I want to thank you, all you teachers. You do a lot of work, and none of us here, I know, disagree. We all agree that you need a raise. We all agree. We just can't keep the the district, like, we can't give away what we don't have, or we can't give away the store. So and like, I was listening to Terry Todd when he said that the state of California thinks that our students should come first. And they do, and they should, always, because that's what we're here for. But they need to start putting their money where their mouth is, and not just say students first, but not give us the money to pay for everything we need. All the supplies, the teachers, raises, I mean, you all deserve that. Nobody says you don't, nobody is denying. We have lots of respect for all of you. Just, we can't give away the store. We're gonna try and work what we can, and hopefully we could all come as a team to an agreement. And work as a team, like Ms. Aronson said, we are a team. We are not us against you or you against us. We're all together. We're all here for the children. That's who we're here for. Without them, none of us would be here. So, you know, and I agree with my colleague Baraja said, and my colleague Ms. Stanzioni, that we do need to work with DJ, and maybe we could have a meeting set up, Dr. Alvarez, with DJ, and see what is going on, what we could do to make it more of a middle school too. Just like Edgewood is, you know, both. And you could feel that the atmosphere is both. And maybe at DJ, we could do that also. And
Excuse me.
and get on that, sit and talk to the principal and maybe some parents and stuff like that. And I also would like to encourage the students to write letters to us, you know, tell us what they like, what they don't like, you know, that would help us. We like to know, because like her, I get the students telling me out in the street, you know, thank you for this, or we need this, or we need a playground, or we, you know, just things that they need or what they like, don't like. So we could know, and because the parents tell us, the teachers tell us, but the students are not. And we need to have them start young so that they can start speaking for themselves and defending themselves. That's the kind of citizens we want to make here at Bassett. Students that will stand up and speak for themselves and defend themselves. And with that said, I'd like to wish everybody, I also like to thank before maintenance. Dave did a great job. I saw him running around in the rain during the hurricane and the earthquake, to all the schools, looking at them and all that. So thank you for Dave McCauley and his team. We're looking out at the schools, and I'd like to wish everybody a happy Labor Day and enjoy it and have fun and safe. I'd like to see you all back the next day. Thank you.
Okay, I also would like to welcome everyone back. Thank you so much. I had the opportunity to visit some of the sites for the back to school breakfast. I tried to time my time to visit all the campuses. So I didn't want to interrupt any PD that was going on, so I was trying to make it during the breakfasts. I did miss 2 schools though. It was great to see you all and welcome you all back. The back to school night, I did get to go visit the high school, which was really great. I love going into that art room and seeing all the creation and everything. Creativity is great. Visited most of the math teachers in there. Didn't quite make it all the way around. Earlier it was mentioned that we're a team. Those of you that have known me since before I became a board member, I am all about team. I'm all about working together. I know the history of some of the teachers here. I do know that. And while Dr. Alvarez mentioned, over the course of 7 years, a total of about an 8% raise, yet in the 21-22, we did 6%. Ongoing with a 2% one time. If you look at the list, that was the second highest of 21 neighboring districts. So, okay, I'd like to ask one more time. Okay, I gave everybody respect to listen to their comments. So moving on. So with that as a team, I am all about working as a team. There's no board member here that would deny the teachers a raise. We just have to be fiscally prudent. Okay, we have to be fiscally responsible. I was here when this district was functioning at a deficit. I was here when a raise was promised to teachers, yet almost months later, the retro pays had not been paid. I stood at that podium and I advocated as a community member. Those of you that know me, okay, that happened, okay? The other thing, I fully agree. It's like, there was once, one of the teachers actually told me this. I used to use a triangle. She used a three-legged stool. And each leg on that stool represents an area of the district, teachers, staff, administration. And if any one of those fail, if any one of those breaks, who falls? The student who is sitting on top. I get it. And I fully agree with the comment that teachers, you are an essential part in educating our students. And the fact of we're trying, this whole board is trying, pushing to the very limit. We are trying to push to the very limit to a point of like being, okay, are we gonna be able to make it? But I don't wanna go back. I don't wanna go back to where the district was. As Dr. Alvarez mentioned, we had to have a fiscal advisor from LACO come and kind of sort of tell us what we could and couldn't do, because that's how much in deficit we were, okay? So again, I'm all about teamwork. I'm all about working together. And again, I'm gonna keep saying it. Those of you who know me, I'm always open to listen. Some of the speakers that spoke tonight, I know you. And Don Julian, I concur with Board Member Barajas. Let's work to make it happen. You don't have to wait for a board meeting for that to happen. Work with your principal. If that doesn't work, then escalate it up, because we don't want the negativity to fester. So if there's something to be fixed, we can't fix a problem that we don't know, okay? So your voice, empower your voice, use your voice, but let's take it through the appropriate channels. And if the channels are not functioning for you, then hey, I welcome you at the board meeting. I welcome everybody. I do appreciate all the comments. Teachers, I appreciate those of you that stepped up to state, and just know that we are working. We are working for you. Okay, so with that said, what was the comment? Teacher they are our greatest asset. Because without teachers, we can't educate our students. So I get that. So once again. So, but there is one thing that we have to really look at. We have to look at this declining enrollment, academics. We do need to look at it. And I'm not putting them together because one doesn't have, but let's look at that. Okay? As students are exiting, so goes the money. Okay? So let's work together. Let's sit down. Let's have a plan. I'm all about planning. And again, I'm open to whoever would like to speak to me. Okay? Now, I know some of you asked questions and during public comment. Just please know that this is an opportunity for you to state your concerns and everything. We'd be happy to speak with you all. But right now, in some of these that we really would like to get back to, I try to make it a point to reach out to parents once they speak, or any members once they speak. But all I get is a name now. We no longer have a phone number or somebody, but we could probably get it. But it just takes a while. So I'm very much about communication. I am always on, come on, answer. Sometimes people just want to be heard and know that they were acknowledged, that their concerns are heard. So I'm all about that too. I actually sent out a text message to Dave McCauley, and I thanked him. And his team for going above and beyond, for being here on a Sunday. To make sure that the classrooms, that campuses were safe for the students and our staff to return to. So thank you so much to his team. I'm a very big sports advocate. Everybody knows me. I love my Niners. So I'm a sports advocate. So to hear that our little ones are not having sports, well, that's a conversation that we will have. I'd like to have that conversation, and I'm open to that because kids need to get it. That's sometimes their creative out. Okay, so we will have that conversation. I'm excited to see all the marquees up and working. That was very big because communication is very important to me. Again, you can't fix what you don't know is broken. With all that to say, once again, thank you all for welcome back. And I really, really hope that we can have a great school year. I'm looking forward to a great school year. And also, I'm looking forward to, please, can we work together as a team? Okay, thank you so much. Okay. With that said, we will move to closed session. Can I get a motion to go to closed session at 7:21?
I move.
Second.
Second. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. 10:42. May I get report of action taken in closed session? Board Clerk Simonton?
Thank you, Madam President. In closed session on a motion by Ms. Stanzioni and second by Ms. Rivera, and a vote of 5 members approve and 0 members opposed, the governing board took action to approve the resignation agreement and accept the resignation of custodian 1 effective August 31st, 2023. In closed session on a motion by Ms. Stanzioni and second by Mr. Barajas, and a vote of 5 members approve and 0 members opposed, governing board took action to approve request for settlement authority to resolve claim number 24489190001, a non-litigated claim by way of compromise and release for $30,000. In closed session on a motion by Ms. Stanzioni and a second by Mr. Barajas, and a vote of 5 members approved and 0 members opposed, the governing board took action to approve LC number 23-14, date of incident June 28, 2023. Request for reimbursement for auto damages paid by claimant to repair auto, $6,642.27. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Simonton. Written communications, we have none. So moving on, discussion action items. If it pleases the board, I'd like to do a sweeping motion for the approval of the resolutions. Resolution 002-24, National Hispanic Heritage Month. Resolution 004-24, establishing Measure V and Measure BB Citizens Bond Oversight. Resolution 005-24, approving assignment of delinquent tax receivables to the California Statewide Delinquent Tax Authority. Can I get a motion to approve the resolutions?
So moved.
Second.
Board Member Stanzioni, seconded by Board Member Rivera. Roll call?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. Okay, number 2, Board Representative to Los Angeles County Trust, Los Angeles, LACSTA, for the 23-24 school year. Superintendent recommends the Board of Education designate a board member as the board representative to the LACSTA Association for the 23-24 year. Board Member Simontal, you have been the representative. Do you wish to continue?
If the board would like to designate me, I would accept the
I
designation.
move we designate.
I second.
Board member.
Motion did, okay, so we approve Board Member Simontal continuing as Bassett's representative
Correct.
on a motion by Board Member Rivera, seconded by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, number 3, legal services agreement, Fagan Friedman Full, from 3Fs, LLP to Personnel Commission. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the agreement with 3Fs to provide legal services for the Personnel Commission as conflicts of interest arise between the district and the Personnel Commission. Can I get a motion to, oh wait, is there discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. So the legal is paid by Personnel Commission or district?
Board President, if I may, no, the district would be responsible for paying this legal expense if a conflict arose and the services of Fagan, Freeman, and Full Frost were to be utilized.
And who would determine the conflict?
Normally, the Personnel Commission personnel would reach out to the district's legal counsel. And then that legal counsel would say, yes, there is a conflict of interest. They need to use the other firm.
And we would pay, right?
Correct.
Just find it
So
hard
as we
that we
saw
just
the-
gave them a raise and then we still gotta pay more for their legal.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Alvarez, the net result is 0 because what that would do, it would reduce our legal by 10,000 because we have to safeguard that should personnel need it. Am I correct?
Well, the difference would be if instead of using our legal counsel, now they're going to use a different one when the conflict arises. So instead of being billed by our legal counsel for those services, now would be billed by like Fagan, Freeman, and Full Frost.
So it takes 10,000 off our legal.
So, I mean, it's encumbering $10,000 that we'd have to hold, obviously through the school year, depending on how it's used. But, you know, it would be a wash because they wouldn't be using our legal, I'd say the district's legal counsel as an expense.
Yes.
I believe it's my understanding, based off my experience as commissioner, we never actually utilized district services. I think there was one moment where we may have needed to, but then it never actually manifested. But my understanding is EDCO does state that, yes, to kind of answer Ms. Rivera's question, is EDCO does make this a financial burden of the district rather than the commission. But it is my understanding that, and I guess Dr. Alvarez, if you could just go ahead and confirm, it would be, they would only use these services if and when they determine they actually needed to. So if this were to be approved, it's not like they immediately start talking to lawyers. It's only once an issue arises and then they identify that need to actually get the legal services, correct?
Correct. This doesn't automatically mean Fagan Full Frost is the legal counsel for the Personnel Commission. They would still utilize district legal counsel. However, if at some point in time, legal counsel declares that there is a conflict of interest between the personnel and the district based on what's happening, then at that point in time, they would be allowed to use Fagan, Freeman, and Full Frost.
I also do believe, just for the benefit of the board, I believe the commission itself needs to make that finding that a conflict of interest exists. So it would be a vote of the commission at a public meeting.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve legal services agreement for Fagan, Friedman, and Full Frost for the Personnel Commission? Okay, the motion dies. Motion dies. Okay, moving on to number 4, Personnel Commission, Bassett Unified School District appointee, new 3-year term. It's like, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education determine whether or not to reappoint Mr. Amadeo Rodriguez to a new 3-year term or seek interested candidates based on education code requirements. Can I get a motion to approve?
What's the
I'm
record?
sorry.
It's not, there's not particular recommendation. The recommendation is for the board to consider which direction they want to go.
Oh, okay. So superintendent recommends Board of Education determine whether or not to reappoint Mr. Amadeo Rodriguez to a new 3-year term or seek interested candidates based on ed code requirements.
Madam President, I'd like to move that the board move forward with seeking interested candidates based on the education code requirements.
My second.
Any questions?
You said open, right?
Yeah, open application.
Motion by Board Member Cimental, seconded by Board Member Rivera.
I have a question though. By when do we have to, so that the applications will come in, it'll be open process, by what board meeting do we have to again? I'll have to go with me.
November.
Well, his terms out December.
So, Board President, if I may, it kind of outlines in the rationale, where it says that on or about September 1st of each year, the personnel director shall notify the board. They kind of, that's already happened. Then by September 30th, the board shall publicly announce the name of the person it intends to appoint or reappoint. We do have a board meeting on September 12th. So if depending on the board's action tonight, the district would start advertising, if that's the direction they went, for applicants. At that point in time, those applicants would be put together, determine eligibility, and then brought to the board for consideration. It's in that, from there you would announce if you're going to appoint or reappoint, who you're going to appoint or reappoint. And then in 30 days after that, it says you'll hold like a public announcement of the candidates for public hearing. I think we did that when Mr. Rodriguez was actually appointed. Members of the community were able to make public comments. And at that point in time, make a final approval by the board.
So at this point, the recommendation is just to open the process so that more candidates can apply as well for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's okay.
And just to my understanding, Mr. Rodriguez would still be allowed to apply and submit an application, correct? If the board were to go through this route, I suppose.
Yes, definitely.
So you're voting on the motion that was motioned by Board Member Cimental, seconded by Board Member Rivera, to open the applications for the Personnel Commission seat as opposed to reappointing Mr. Rodriguez.
Correct.
Yes, yes, that's the motion.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, roll call.
I was-
Oh, I'm sorry. Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Service agreement, School Services of California negotiation support. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the agreement for negotiations support services with School Services of California. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Board Member Stanzioni, seconded by Board Member Rivera. Roll call?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from consent calendars. I want to remind everybody that at the time of the agenda, Board Member Cimental removed himself from the CLSBA. Okay, so on that said, can I get a motion to approve? I'm sorry, is there anything you would like removed from the consent calendar? No? Okay. Motion to approve the consent calendar with that one change.
I move.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Barajas, seconded by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So moving on to adjournment. Okay, the next regular board meeting is scheduled for September 12th. Can I get a motion to adjourn the regular board meeting of August 22nd?
I move.
I second.
Seconded by Board Member Barajas, seconded by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call?
Aye.
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 Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, ready to leave.
I adjourn the